Hello there, my peaceful wanderer, and welcome to this twilight journey into the mystical heart of ancient Ireland, where forgotten legends drift through moonlit glens and ancient spirits dance in the silver mist. Tonight we venture into realms where time moves like honey through amber, and the boundary between our world and the other world grows thin as gossamer threads. If these Celtic tales enchant your soul, remember to like and subscribe, and then settle into comfort and let the ancient voices of Ireland carry you into their timeless realm. In the rolling hills of Ireland, where purple heather carpets the ancient countryside and silver rivers mirror the endless sky, the old stories still whisper on the Celtic breeze. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of standing stones older than memory, the veil between worlds shimmers like heat above summer stones. The Celtic peoples of Ireland knew that our world was but one of many, connected by hidden doorways and secret pathways that wound through the very fabric of existence. In the gloaming hour, when day surrenders to night, and shadows grow long across the emerald fields, the seelie and unseelie courts would emerge from their hidden kingdoms beneath the hills, their ethereal forms dancing through the twilight mist like captured starlight woven into human shape. In sacred groves where ancient oak trees stood as silent sentinels, their gnarled roots drinking deep from wells of otherworldly power, Druids once walked paths illuminated by knowledge that transcended mortal understanding. Their voices carried incantations that could part the mists of time itself, revealing truths that ordinary minds were never meant to glimpse. These were the keepers of wisdom, the bridge between the mortal realm and the endless expanse of Celtic mythology that flowed like an underground river beneath the surface of everyday life. The Irish landscape itself was alive with magic in those days. Every hill a potential doorway to the other world, every ring of stones a gathering place for beings whose existence stretched back to the very dawn of creation. The megalithic tombs that dotted the countryside were not merely burial places for the dead, but threshold spaces where the living could commune with ancestors and spirits, where time folded in upon itself like a manuscript whose pages had been shuffled by the wind. Rivers held particular significance in this mystical geography, for water was believed to be a conduit between realms. The River Boyne, sacred to the goddess Brigid, was said to flow not just through the physical landscape of Ireland, but through the other world as well, its waters carrying the songs and stories of both realms. Along its banks, salmon swam that had consumed the nuts of wisdom from the otherworldly hazel trees, their flesh containing knowledge of past, present, and future. Long before the Roman eagles cast their shadows across Celtic lands, when the world was young and magic flowed as freely as mountain streams through the Irish countryside, there lived a warrior named Cormac of the Silver Shield. He was chieftain of the Fianna, those legendary heroes who protected the Emerald Isle from threats both mortal and supernatural, their courage sung by bards in halls from Tara to the western cliffs. Cormac's fortress stood on the Hill of Three Sorrows, a place where three ancient battles had been fought between the forces of light and darkness. The hill itself seemed to pulse with residual energy from these conflicts, and on certain nights when the moon was dark, ghostly warriors could be seen reenacting their eternal struggle among the standing stones that crowned the summit. The fortress was a marvel of both mortal craftsmanship and otherworldly influence. Its walls were built from stones that had been blessed by druids and reinforced with iron from meteorites that had fallen like tears from the star realm. Within its great hall, a fire burned that had never been extinguished since the day the fortress was built, tended by a succession of firekeepers who claimed the flames whispered prophecies in the ancient tongue. Cormac was renowned throughout Ireland, not just for his prowess in battle, but for his silver shield that bore the image of a raven in flight. The shield had been crafted by the smith god Goibniu himself, and it was said that no weapon could pierce it, no spell could tarnish it, and no lie could be spoken in its presence. The raven depicted upon it was no ordinary bird, but rather a representation of the Morríghan herself, though Cormac did not yet understand the significance of this connection. His reputation had spread far beyond the borders of his own territory. Warriors came from distant lands to test their skill against him, only to be defeated by his combination of strength, speed, and tactical brilliance. Poets composed verses about his victories, and maidens throughout Ireland dreamed of catching the eye of the handsome chieftain with the silver shield. But it was precisely this growing pride that would soon attract the attention of beings far more ancient and powerful than any mortal foe. The Morríghan, the triple goddess of war and fate, had been watching Cormac from her fortress in the other world, observing how his victories were slowly changing him from a protector of his people into something more dangerous, a hero who believed in his own invincibility. The Morríghan was perhaps the most complex and mysterious of all the Celtic deities. She appeared sometimes as a beautiful maiden with raven-black hair that flowed like liquid night, her eyes holding the promise of love and the threat of destruction in equal measure. Sometimes she manifested as a nurturing mother figure, her arms open to embrace fallen warriors and carry them to the other world where their deeds would be remembered for all eternity. And sometimes she took the form of a wizened crone whose eyes held the wisdom of ages, her voice like the whisper of wind through ancient burial chambers. But perhaps most fearsome of all was her aspect as the battle crow, a creature of supernatural size and intelligence that would appear on battlefields to determine which warriors would live and which would die. In this form, her cry could shatter the strongest armor, her wings could create storms that would scatter armies, and her presence meant that the outcome of the battle hung in the balance between the mortal world and the realm of the spirits. From her otherworldly vantage point, the Morríghan could see the threads of fate that connected all living things, weaving together in patterns too complex for mortal minds to comprehend. She saw how Cormac's growing pride was creating ripples that would eventually lead to tragedy, not just for him, but for all of Ireland. The time had come for her to intervene to set in motion the events that would either humble the proud warrior or destroy him entirely. One misty dawn, as Cormac rode alone through the Glen of Whispers, a place where the spirits of ancient bards were said to compose eternal verses that only the wind could hear, he encountered a figure by an ancient stone circle that predated even the oldest songs. The circle consisted of 9 massive stones, each one carved with spirals and symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the corner of one's vision. She appeared first as a maiden of extraordinary beauty, her silver cloak shimmering like moonbeams on water, her hair adorned with jewels that might have been stars plucked from the night sky. But there was something unsettling about her perfection, something that made Cormac's horse stamp nervously and toss its head, sensing presences that mortal eyes could not perceive. Her voice was like the whisper of wind through ancient oaks, carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate in the very bones of those who heard it. "Greetings, Cormac of the Silver Shield," she said, her eyes holding depths that seemed to contain entire galaxies, swirling with lights that had no earthly origin. "I have come to offer you a gift beyond mortal imagination, a treasure that kings would wage wars to possess." Cormac dismounted his steed, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt, for he had not survived countless battles without developing an instinct for danger. The very air around the stone circle seemed charged with power. and he could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon him. "Who are you, lady, and what gift could you offer that I do not already possess?" "I am chieftain of the Fianna, master of the Silver Shield, and my name is spoken with respect in every corner of Ireland." The mysterious woman smiled, and in that smile was both infinite promise and dire warning, like the beauty of a sunset that heralds an approaching storm. "I am called by many names throughout the realms of existence, but you may know me as the Morríghan. I offer you invincibility in battles such as no mortal has ever possessed, the ability to see through all deceptions and illusions, and knowledge of events yet to come that will make you the greatest strategic mind in all the Celtic lands. In return, I ask for but one thing." Cormac felt his heart race at her words, for here was validation of everything he had ever believed about his destiny. Surely he was meant for greatness beyond the ordinary bounds of mortal achievement. "And what price would you demand for such extraordinary gifts?" he asked, though his warrior's instincts warned him that bargains with otherworldly beings were rarely as simple as they appeared. "Serve me for 7 years," the Morríghan replied, her form seeming to flicker between maiden, mother, and crone as she spoke. "Be my champion in the otherworld. Fight the battles that determine the fate of both realms. There are conflicts raging in the spirit realm that mortal eyes have never seen, wars between order and chaos that have consequences for all of existence. Do this, and when you return to the mortal world, you will be the greatest hero in all the Celtic lands, your name remembered until the end of time itself." The offer hung in the air like incense, intoxicating and impossible to ignore. Cormac's pride swelled at her words, fed by a lifetime of victories and acclaim. To be the greatest hero, to possess knowledge and power beyond mortal comprehension, to have his name sung by bards for generations yet unborn. Surely this was destiny calling to him, the culmination of everything he had worked toward. But even as excitement coursed through his veins, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered warnings. 7 years was a long time, and service to otherworldly beings was notoriously unpredictable. What would become of his people in his absence? What challenges awaited in the otherworld that required the services of a mortal warrior? Yet the temptation was too great to resist. Without fully considering the implications of his decision, driven by the pride that had become his defining characteristic, Cormac placed his hand upon the central stone of the ancient circle and swore the oath that would bind him to the Morríghan service for 7 long years. "I, Cormac of the Silver Shield, chieftain of the Fianna, do pledge my service to the Morríghan for 7 years complete. I will be her champion in whatever realm she commands, fight whatever battles she deems necessary, and fulfill whatever quests she sets before me." The moment the words left his lips, the world around him shimmered and changed like a reflection in disturbed water. The stone circle became a gateway wreathed in silver mist that sparkled with its own inner light, and beyond it lay the other world, a realm of impossible beauty and terrible majesty that defied every assumption Cormac had ever held about the nature of reality. The quests set before Cormac would test him in ways that neither strength nor wisdom could fully prepare him for. The Morríghan explained that the dragon of nightmares had awakened from its eons-long slumber and was now stalking through the collective unconscious of all sentient beings, devouring the dreams of peace that allowed mortals and immortals alike to rest without fear. "This dragon is unlike any creature you have faced," the Morríghan warned him, as they stood on one of the highest towers of her fortress, looking out over the swirling vortexes of possibility that characterized the otherworld skyscape. It feeds not on flesh or energy, but on hope itself. Every peaceful dream it devours makes the waking world a little darker, a little more filled with anxiety and despair. If it is not stopped, all beings throughout all realms will lose the ability to rest, to find solace in sleep, to dream of better futures. The realm where the dragon of nightmares had made its lair was perhaps the most unsettling place Cormac had yet encountered in the other world. It existed in the space between sleeping and waking, in the twilight realm where thoughts took on substance and fears became tangible realities. The landscape constantly shifted and changed, responding to the subconscious minds of every dreaming being across all of existence. As Cormac rode through this realm of living dreams, he encountered manifestations of the collective unconscious that defied rational explanation. Childhood monsters lurked in shadows that moved independently of any light source. Symbols and archetypes from every culture that had ever existed walked the paths as living entities. The wise old man, the terrible mother, the eternal child, the shadow self, all given form and substance by the power of universal dream. But increasingly, as he journeyed deeper into the dragon's territory, these archetypal figures appeared wounded and diminished. The wise old man wandered in confused circles, his ancient knowledge corrupted by whispers of doubt and fear. The eternal child wept inconsolably, its natural joy poisoned by nightmares that had no source or solution. Even the shadow self, usually a figure of dark power, appeared fragmented and uncertain, as if the dragon's influence was corrupting even the negative aspects of the psyche. The dragon's lair was located in what appeared to be a vast theatre where all the world's dreams were performed simultaneously. Millions of stages existed in the same space, each one showing a different dreamer's nocturnal visions. But instead of the usual mixture of pleasant dreams, neutral dreams, and occasional nightmares, every single stage now displayed scenes of terror, anxiety, and hopelessness. The dragon of nightmares itself was a creature that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Its physical form was vast beyond comprehension, with scales that reflected not light but the deepest fears of whoever looked upon them. Its eyes were voids that contained every nightmare that had ever plagued a sleeping mind, and its breath was not fire but a mist of pure despair that could drive even the strongest heroes to madness. When it spoke, its voice resonated not through the air but directly in the mind, each word carrying with it visions of failure, loss, and inevitable doom. "So another hero comes to challenge me," it said. And Cormac felt the weight of every defeat he had ever suffered, every moment of doubt he had ever experienced, pressing down upon him like a physical burden. "You cannot defeat me through strength of arms," the dragon continued, its mental voice like acid poured directly into Cormac's thoughts. "I am fed by fear itself, strengthened by doubt, made invincible by the very act of being opposed. Every hero who has come before you has only made me stronger by bringing their fears for me to devour." But Cormac had learned much during his otherworldly service. Instead of drawing his sword or raising his shield, he sat down in the theatre of nightmares and began to do something the dragon had never encountered before. He began to examine his own fears with compassionate curiosity, rather than trying to fight or flee from them. "I'm afraid," he said aloud, his voice carrying clearly through the realm of living dreams. "I am afraid that I am not the hero I pretend to be. I am afraid that my pride has led me into dangers I cannot overcome. I am afraid that in seeking glory for myself, I have abandoned those who depended on me." As he spoke each fear aloud, acknowledging it without trying to defeat it, something remarkable began to happen. The fears did not disappear, but they transformed. His fear of not being a true hero became a deeper understanding of what heroism actually meant. Not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act with compassion despite being afraid. His fear of being led astray by pride became wisdom about the importance of humility and service to others. The dragon roared in confusion and rage, for it had never encountered a being who welcomed their fears rather than fighting them. "What are you doing?" it demanded. "Heroes are supposed to be brave. Heroes are supposed to conquer their fears." "Perhaps," Cormac replied gently, "true bravery lies not in having no fears, but in making friends with them. My fears are trying to teach me something. They are not my enemies, they are my teachers, showing me where I need to grow and learn." As this new understanding spread through the theatre of dreams, something miraculous began to occur. The nightmare performances on the countless stages began to shift and change. Dreams of falling became dreams of learning to fly. Dreams of being chased became dreams of discovering inner strength. Dreams of loss became dreams of deeper appreciation for what one possessed. The dragon found itself starving, for fear transformed into wisdom was no longer the food it required to survive. But rather than dying, it too began to transform. Its scales, which had reflected only terror, now showed the full spectrum of human emotion, including the courage that could only exist in the presence of acknowledged fear. "I understand now," the dragon said, its voice no longer carrying visions of doom, but whispers of deeper truth. "I was never meant to be the enemy of peace. I was meant to be the guardian of meaningful dreams, dreams that acknowledge difficulty and danger, but choose hope anyway." And so the dragon of nightmares became the dragon of meaningful dreams, still present in the realm of sleep, but now serving to help dreamers face their fears with wisdom rather than being consumed by them. The dreams of peace that had been devoured were restored, but they were now deeper and more resilient, grounded in genuine courage rather than mere ignorance of danger. Cormac's next quest led him into perhaps the most personal and challenging realm he had yet encountered, the archive of all things forgotten, where memories that had been lost or abandoned by their owners gathered like dust in cosmic corners. The Morríghan explained that a fragment of the original creation myth had been lost here, scattered among the countless forgotten moments that accumulated from across all of existence. This fragment contains the secret of how to heal the wounded places where reality has been torn, she told him as they stood before a doorway that seemed to be made of crystallized nostalgia. Without it, the damage caused by cosmic conflicts cannot be properly mended, and eventually, the wounds will spread until all of existence becomes frayed and unstable. The archive was a maze of infinite libraries, each one containing memories that had been forgotten by their original owners. Some sections held the trivial memories, the faces of strangers glimpsed once and never recalled, the taste of meals eaten in distraction, the feeling of rain on skin during moments of inattention. But other sections contained memories of profound importance that had been lost through trauma, illness, or simply the passage of too much time. As Cormac wandered through the endless corridors of forgotten recollection, he encountered memories that appeared as living scenes, playing out repeatedly in hope that someday their owners might return to reclaim them. He saw a child's first glimpse of the ocean, now orphaned because the adult could no longer remember the wonder of that moment. He witnessed a last conversation between lovers, forgotten by both parties in the pain of their eventual separation. More disturbing were the memories that had been deliberately abandoned, moments of shame, failure, or pain that their owners had chosen to forget rather than integrate into their understanding of themselves. These memories had a particular poignancy, for they contained lessons and wisdom that could only be gained through acknowledging difficult truths. In one section of the archive, Cormac encountered his own forgotten memories, moments from his childhood and youth that he had buried beneath layers of heroic achievement. He saw himself as a young boy, crying after being defeated in his first real fight, comforted by his mother's gentle words about how true strength came from getting back up rather than never falling down. He had forgotten this memory because it didn't fit with his self-image as a naturally gifted warrior. He found memories of times when he had shown genuine kindness without seeking recognition or reward, helping an injured animal, sharing his food with a hungry stranger, listening patiently to an elderly person's oft-repeated stories. These memories had been forgotten not because they were painful, but because they didn't align with his focus on dramatic, heroic deeds. As he searched deeper into the archive, following traces of cosmic resonance that might lead him to the lost fragment of the creation myth, Cormac began to understand something profound about the nature of memory and identity. The memories that people chose to keep were not necessarily the most important ones. They were often simply the ones that fit with the stories they wanted to tell about themselves. The lost fragment of creation myth was found in the deepest vault of the archive, among memories so ancient that they belonged to consciousness itself rather than to any individual being. It appeared as a crystalline structure that contained within it the echo of the first word ever spoken, the initial impulse that had brought something from nothing. But as Cormac reached for the fragment, he found his way blocked by the guardian of forgotten things, a being that appeared to be composed entirely of memories that had been lost so completely that even their basic nature had been forgotten. It was a creature of contradictions, simultaneously ancient and newborn, wise and innocent, present and absent. "Why do you seek to reclaim what has been forgotten?" the guardian asked, its voice carrying harmonics of every language that had ever been lost to time. Perhaps some things are forgotten because they are meant to be released, because holding on to them would cause more pain than letting them go. Cormac considered this question carefully, for he had learned that the challenges in the other world were rarely what they first appeared to be. "I don't seek to reclaim this fragment for my own purposes," he replied finally. "I seek it because the healing it can provide is needed not just by individuals, but by the fabric of reality itself. Some forgetting is healthy and necessary, but some forgetting leaves wounds that cannot heal on their own." The guardian studied him with eyes that contained the depth of every unexplored possibility. "And how do you propose to use this fragment wisely? How will you ensure that the power to heal wounded reality is not misused?" "By remembering that healing and forgetting must work in balance," Cormac said, the wisdom of his otherworldly experiences informing his words. "Some wounds need to be healed by being remembered and integrated. Others need to be healed by being gently released. The fragment will teach me to know the difference." Satisfied by his answer, the guardian stepped aside and allowed Cormac to claim the lost piece of the creation myth. As he touched the crystalline fragment, knowledge flooded through him. Not just information, but deep understanding of how reality maintained its coherence. How the torn places in existence could be mended through a combination of remembering what needed to be preserved and releasing what needed to be transformed. The next quest took Cormac to the realm of the web weavers. cosmic entities responsible for maintaining the connections between all living things. The web of connections had been damaged by a philosophical virus, ideas so toxic and compelling that it convinced beings they were fundamentally separate and alone, causing the threads that linked all consciousness to wither and break. This realm existed in the spaces between thoughts, in the quantum foam where consciousness touched consciousness and recognition occurred. It was populated by beings who appeared as geometric patterns of living light, their forms constantly shifting as they wove new connections and repaired damaged ones. The philosophical virus manifested as areas of absolute solipsism, pockets of reality where the very concept of other had been erased. Within these zones, beings existed in perfect isolation, unable to perceive or be perceived by anything outside themselves. They were trapped in bubbles of pure subjectivity, convinced that they were the only real thing in existence. To combat this virus, Cormac had to learn to perceive the fundamental interconnectedness that existed beneath apparent separation. He discovered that every thought he had ever thought had been influenced by every person he had ever encountered, that every decision he had ever made had been shaped by the accumulated wisdom and folly of countless generations. The cure for the philosophical virus was not argument or force, but demonstration. By showing genuine empathy and connection, by proving through his actions that he could perceive and respond to the inner experiences of others, Cormac was able to restore the damaged connections one thread at a time. The next quest led Cormac into the mirror realm, where every possible version of himself existed simultaneously. Here he encountered versions of himself who had made different choices at crucial moments. A Cormac who had never left Ireland, who had remained humble and focused on serving his people. A Cormac who had refused the Morríghan's bargain and lived a life of ordinary heroism. A Cormac who had been corrupted by power and become a tyrant. Each version of himself reflected different aspects of his character and different possible outcomes of his choices. By engaging with these alternate selves, he gained a deeper understanding of who he truly was and who he had the potential to become. Some of these encounters were harmonious. He found common ground with versions of himself who had chosen different but equally valid paths. Others were challenging. He had to confront the parts of himself he least wanted to acknowledge. The task in this realm was to retrieve the core of authentic self, a crystalline representation of his truest nature that existed independent of circumstances or choices. But to reach it, he had to pass through encounters with every version of himself, accepting and integrating the lessons each one offered. The most difficult encounter was with a version of himself who had become consumed by bitterness and cynicism after experiencing profound loss and betrayal. This shadow Cormac accused him of being naive, of believing in concepts like honor and service that were merely illusions designed to control and manipulate. "Look around you," the cynical Cormac said, gesturing to the countless mirror versions of their shared identity. "Every choice leads to suffering. Every noble ideal ultimately fails. The only honest response is to look out for yourself alone and expect nothing from others." But Cormac had learned enough during his otherworldly service to recognize this voice as the wounded part of himself that feared vulnerability and connection. "You're not wrong that choosing to care involves risk," he replied to his shadow self, "but you're wrong about the alternative. Cynicism doesn't protect you from suffering. It just ensures that when you suffer alone and without meaning." This encounter taught him that his greatest strength lay not in rejecting the darker aspects of his nature, but in acknowledging them while choosing to act from his higher nature anyway. As the 7th year of his service drew to a close, the Morrigan summoned Cormac to her throne room one final time. She appeared now in her full cosmic aspect, simultaneously maiden, mother, and crone, her form shifting and blending like auroras dancing across the otherworldly sky. "You have served me faithfully and learned much," she said, her 3 voices speaking in perfect harmony. "But one final task remains, the most important and dangerous of all. You must journey to the heart of all things and retrieve the mirror of absolute truth." Cormac bowed deeply, though something in her manner suggested this quest would be unlike all the others. "What makes this final quest more perilous than those I have already completed?" The Morrigan's expression grew solemn, and for the first time since he had known her, he saw something like uncertainty in her ancient eyes. The mirror of absolute truth shows not just truth about the world, but truth about the self that views it. Many who have gazed into it have been driven to madness by what they saw. Others have been so fundamentally changed that they could never return to what they once were. Still others have looked into it and simply ceased to exist, unable to bear the weight of absolute reality. Despite all he had learned, despite the wisdom he had gained through his otherworldly trials, pride still flickered in Cormac's heart. But it was a different kind of pride now. Not the arrogant certainty of his youth, but a quiet confidence born of tested strength and hard-won wisdom. "I have faced every challenge you have set before me," he said quietly. "I have learned that true strength comes not from avoiding difficulty, but from meeting it with an open heart and mind. If this is the final test of my service, then I am ready to face whatever truth the mirror might reveal." The heart of all things existed at the very center of the otherworld, where all realms converged into a single point of infinite possibility. To reach it, Cormac had to traverse landscapes that represented the fundamental forces of existence itself. First came the desert of lost dreams, where the sands were composed of the aspirations that mortals and immortals alike had abandoned when they became too difficult to pursue. As Cormac walked across these vast dunes, ghostly visions rose from the crystalline grains. Dreams of love that had never been expressed, ambitions that had been surrendered to fear, hopes that had been sacrificed for the sake of comfort or security. Each step became heavier than the last, for the weight of abandoned dreams pressed down upon him like a physical burden. He saw his own discarded aspirations mixed among the cosmic sand, moments when he could have chosen compassion over victory, times when he could have built bridges instead of asserting dominance, opportunities for genuine connection that he had sacrificed for the sake of his heroic image. But the desert also contained dreams that had been abandoned for good reasons, destructive fantasies of revenge, obsessions that would have consumed their dreamers, ambitions that could only be fulfilled at the cost of others' well-being. Learning to distinguish between dreams worth reclaiming and dreams wisely released became part of the trial itself. Next came the river of forgotten names, its waters flowing with the essence of all those who had been lost to memory. As Cormac waded across its depths, he heard the voices of countless souls whispering their stories. Heroes whose deeds had been forgotten by history, lovers whose names had been lost to time, children who had died too young to leave any lasting mark upon the world. The river tried to add his own name to its flow, to make him one of the forgotten. But the stories he had helped weave during his otherworldly service had created connections that anchored him to existence. The Lord of Winter remembered his kindness. The reformed dragon of nightmares carried his wisdom in its transformed nature. The web weavers had incorporated his empathy into the cosmic pattern of connection. But perhaps the most challenging trial was yet to come. The mountain of infinite regret, where every step upward forced the climber to relive every mistake they had ever made, every harsh word spoken in anger, every opportunity missed through pride or fear or simple inattention. By the time Cormac reached the first foothills, he was already weeping tears of genuine sorrow as he experienced again every moment when he had chosen his own glory over others' needs, every time his pride had blinded him to the wisdom others offered, every instance when his need to be seen as heroic had prevented him from simply being helpful. The mountain was not cruel in its revelations. The regrets it showed were not twisted or exaggerated, but presented with perfect clarity and context. Cormac saw not only his mistakes, but also the circumstances that had led to them, the fears and insecurities that had driven his choices, the pain and confusion that had shaped his responses. More importantly, he also saw the consequences of his actions rippling outward through time. How his prideful dismissal of a young warrior's suggestions had led that person to doubt their own instincts in a later crisis. How his need to always be the strongest had prevented others from developing their own strength. How his focus on dramatic heroics had sometimes overshadowed quieter but equally important acts of service. But the mountain also showed him something else. How his genuine love for his people had motivated even his misguided actions. How his courage had inspired others even when his pride had wounded them. How his eventual growth and learning had helped heal some of the damage his earlier mistakes had caused. By the time he reached the summit, Cormac was transformed by the weight of integrated regret. His heart was heavy with genuine sorrow for the pain he had caused, but it was also expanded by a deeper understanding of the complex web of cause and effect that connected all actions and consequences. At the peak of the mountain of infinite regret stood a simple altar made of white stone that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. Upon it rested the mirror of absolute truth, which appeared to be nothing more than a disk of polished silver, but as Cormac approached, it began to glow with an inner radiance that seemed to contain the light of every star that had ever shone. With hands that trembled not from fear but from awe, he lifted the mirror and gazed into its surface. What he saw there was not the reflection he expected, nor even the deeper truths he had prepared himself to confront. In the mirror of absolute truth, Cormac saw himself as he truly was, and the vision was more complex and surprising than anything he could have imagined. He saw not the invincible hero he had once believed himself to be, nor the flawed and prideful warrior he had come to recognize, but something far more nuanced and complete. He saw himself as a single thread in an infinite tapestry, connected to every other thread in ways both obvious and subtle. His actions, both noble and misguided, were part of a larger pattern that included the growth and learning of countless others. His pride had indeed caused pain, but it had also created opportunities for others to develop patience and forgiveness. His courage had inspired heroism in others, but his mistakes had taught equally valuable lessons about humility and wisdom. More shocking still, the mirror showed him that his entire 7-year service to the Morríghan had been as much for his own growth as for any cosmic necessity. The quests he had completed, the challenges he had faced, the wisdom he had gained, all of it had been carefully orchestrated not just to accomplish necessary tasks, but to help him become the person he was capable of being. The mirror revealed scenes from Ireland during his absence, but not the static tableau he had feared. His beloved sister Bridget had indeed grown into a skilled healer, but she had done so partly in response to his absence, developing strengths she might never have discovered if he had remained to protect and overshadow her. His brother Finn had become a wise leader, but his wisdom had been shaped by having to make difficult decisions. Without his older brother's guidance and approval, the people he had left behind had not remained frozen in time, waiting for their hero to return. They had grown, adapted, learned, and become more resilient. They had discovered strengths they never knew they possessed, and developed connections with each other that were deeper and more meaningful than what had existed when they depended entirely on one extraordinary individual for their protection and guidance. Most surprising of all, the mirror revealed the true nature of the Morríghan herself. She appeared not as the aloof goddess of war and fate he had first encountered, but as a being whose cosmic consciousness encompassed all the growth and learning that occurred throughout existence. She was simultaneously teacher and student, guide and guided, for her own consciousness expanded with every soul that learned and grew under her influence. "Do you understand now?" Her voice whispered from within the mirror, though her lips did not move. "Do you see the truth that lies beneath all the stories we tell ourselves about heroes and gods, service and sacrifice?" Cormac looked deeper into the mirror's depths and saw the truth she was indicating. The separation between student and teacher, between mortal and divine, between the one who serves and the one who is served. All of these were useful illusions that helped growth occur, but they were not ultimate realities. He saw that his service to the Morríghan had been simultaneously her service to him, that the quests he had completed for her sake had accomplished tasks that were necessary for his own development, that the wisdom he had gained in helping others was the very wisdom those others had needed him to possess in order to be truly helpful. The cosmic order was not a hierarchy with gods at the top and mortals at the bottom, but a vast web of mutual service in which every being helped every other being grow and learn and become more than they had been before. The Morrigan's power came not from her position above others, but from her willingness to serve the growth and development of all consciousness throughout existence. As these truths washed over him, Cormac felt the last vestiges of his original pride crumble away, not into shame or self-diminishment, but into a profound sense of belonging and purpose that was far more satisfying than any individual achievement could ever be. When he finally lowered the mirror, he found the Morríghan waiting for him, but now she appeared in her truest form, not as a goddess demanding service, but as the personification of the love and wisdom that guided all growth throughout existence. "Do you regret looking into the mirror?" she asked gently, though he sensed she already knew his answer. Cormac considered her question carefully, feeling the weight of all the illusions that had been stripped away, all the comfortable certainties that had been revealed as partial truths. "I regret nothing," he said finally. "Not the pride that brought me to you, not the service that changed me, not even the pain of seeing my mistakes so clearly. All of it was necessary. All of it was part of a pattern larger and more beautiful than I could have imagined." The Morríghan smiled, and in that smile was the warmth of a mother proud of her child's growth, the joy of a teacher whose student had finally grasped the deepest lesson, the love of the universe celebrating its own expanding consciousness. "Then you are ready to return to your own world," she said. "But understand this, the gifts I promised you are indeed yours, but they are not what you originally thought they were. Your invincibility comes not from armor that cannot be pierced, but from a spirit that cannot be broken by any external circumstance. Your ability to see through deceptions comes not from magical sight, but from understanding the truth of interconnectedness that lies beneath all apparent separations. And your knowledge of the future comes from recognizing that it is shaped by the love and wisdom you bring to each present moment. The journey back to the mortal world occurred in what felt like both an instant and an eternity. Cormac found himself once again standing in the ancient stone circle where his otherworldly adventure had begun, but the rising sun that painted the Irish sky in shades of gold and rose seemed somehow more vivid, more alive than any sunrise he remembered from before his departure. His faithful horse awaited him, but he was no longer the same man who had ridden out 7 years before. The silver shield that had given him his name now bore new symbols alongside the original raven, spirals representing the interconnectedness of all things, Ogham script spelling out truths that could only be read by those who had learned to see beyond surface appearances, and a border of interwoven patterns that seemed to shift and change depending on the angle from which they were viewed. More importantly, the man who bore the shield was transformed in ways that went far deeper than any external change. Where once there had been pride, now there was confidence tempered with humility. Where once there had been the need to prove himself through dramatic gestures, now there was the quiet certainty that came from understanding his true place in the cosmic web of existence. When Cormac returned to his territory, he found that his reputation had indeed preceded him, carried by bards and storytellers who had heard whispers of his otherworldly adventures from travelers who claimed to have encountered him in their dreams. But he discovered that he had little interest in the glory and acclaim that had once driven him like a fever. Instead, he devoted himself to applying the wisdom he had gained during his years of service. He established new institutions that reflected his transformed understanding, not just schools for warriors, but centers of learning where people could explore the connections between courage and compassion, strength and service, individual growth and collective well-being. Under his transformed guidance, his territory became a place where conflicts were resolved through understanding rather than force, where the sick and injured found healing not just for their bodies but for their spirits, where travelers from distant lands came not just to seek the services of a great warrior, but to participate in a community that had learned to embody the principles of mutual care and support. The changes Cormac implemented were not dramatic or revolutionary, but they were profound. He established councils where decisions were made collectively rather than by his sole authority. He created mentorship programs where experienced warriors taught not just combat techniques but emotional wisdom and conflict resolution. He instituted festivals and gatherings that celebrated not individual achievement but community cooperation and mutual support. Years passed and Cormac's hair turned silver like the shield he bore, but age brought him not diminishment but an ever-deepening sense of purpose and connection. Young people came from across Ireland and beyond to learn from him, drawn not by stories of his supernatural adventures but by accounts of the wisdom and compassion that had transformed his community. During the years following his return, Cormac became known not as a warrior hero, but as a teacher sage, whose insights had been refined by otherworldly experience, but were grounded in very practical wisdom about how to live well in the ordinary world. His teaching method was unlike any that had come before. Rather than lecturing about abstract principles, he created situations where people could discover truths for themselves. Students who came to him seeking to learn the secrets of invincibility in battle found themselves assigned to care for wounded animals or tend community gardens. Those who wanted to develop magical sight spent months learning to really listen to others and see past surface appearances to genuine needs and concerns. One young warrior, fierce and proud much as Cormac himself had once been, came seeking to learn the mystical combat techniques that had allowed his teacher to defeat supernatural foes. Cormac assigned him to spend a month helping elderly members of the community with their daily tasks, carrying water, repairing roofs, listening to their stories and concerns. At first, the young man was frustrated and resentful, believing his talents were being wasted on menial work. But gradually, he began to notice things he had never seen before. The way an old woman's face lit up when someone took genuine interest in her memories. The satisfaction that came from using his strength to help rather than to dominate. The complex wisdom that emerged from decades of navigating life's challenges with grace and resilience. "I don't understand," he said to Cormac at the end of the month. "How is caring for elderly people supposed to teach me to be a better warrior?" Cormac smiled and gestured toward the community around them. People of all ages working together, supporting each other, creating something beautiful through their cooperation. "What do you think a warrior's ultimate purpose is?" he asked. "To defeat enemies," the young man replied immediately. "To protect people from threats. And what if the greatest threats people face are not external enemies, but internal isolation, despair, and meaninglessness?" Cormac asked gently. "What if the most important battles are not fought with swords, but with compassion, understanding, and the willingness to serve something larger than oneself?" This approach to teaching created a new kind of hero. Individuals who were strong, not because they could dominate others, but because they could lift others up. Brave not because they felt no fear, but because they acted with love despite their fears. Wise not because they had all the answers, but because they knew how to ask better questions and listen deeply to the responses. The influence of this new model of heroism spread far beyond Cormac's immediate territory. Other leaders began to adopt similar approaches, creating networks of communities that were connected not by conquest or trade agreements, but by shared values of mutual support and collective growth. Conflicts between communities, which had once been resolved through warfare or the threat of violence, increasingly were addressed through dialogue and collaborative problem-solving. When disputes arose over resources or territory, representatives would gather not to negotiate from positions of strength, but to explore creative solutions that could meet everyone's genuine needs. This transformation was not without its challenges. Some traditional warriors viewed the new approaches with suspicion, arguing that they made communities soft and vulnerable to attack from those who still embraced the old ways of dominance and conquest. Some conflicts genuinely could not be resolved through dialogue alone, requiring the use of force to protect the innocent from those who would exploit others' good intentions. But Cormac had learned during his otherworldly service that wisdom lay not in rejecting one approach in favor of another, but in knowing when each approach was most appropriate. He continued to maintain military strength and combat readiness, but these were tools used in service of larger purposes rather than ends in themselves. When violence was necessary to protect others, it was employed with regret rather than eagerness, and those who used force were required to engage in practices that helped them process the psychological and spiritual effects of their actions. When conflicts could be resolved through understanding and cooperation, those approaches were preferred not because they were easier, but because they created outcomes that were more sustainable and more likely to prevent future conflicts. On what turned out to be the last evening of Cormac's life, as the autumn mist began to gather around his hall and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, He shared what he considered his most important teaching, not a complex philosophical principle, but a simple practice that embodied everything he had learned during his 7 years of otherworldly service. The hall was more crowded than usual that evening, filled not just with his regular students and community members, but with visitors who had travelled from across Ireland and beyond to hear the aging teacher speak. Something in the air suggested that this gathering held special significance, though no one could have said exactly why. Cormac appeared more frail than usual, his silver hair seeming almost translucent in the firelight, his movements slower and more deliberate than they had been even a few months before. But his eyes still held the depth and clarity that had characterized them since his return from the other world. And when he spoke, his voice carried the same gentle authority it always had. "My friends," he began, his voice softer than usual but somehow carrying clearly to every corner of the great hall. "Tonight I want to share with you the simplest and most practical teaching I received during my years of service in the other world. It is something that anyone can do, anywhere, at any time, regardless of their circumstances or abilities." He paused, looking around at the gathered faces with evident love and affection. "The teaching is this: in every interaction you have with another being, make your primary intention not to get something from them, but to give them the gift of being truly seen and appreciated for who they are." A young warrior, eager and impatient in the way that Cormac himself had once been, raised his hand. "But Master, how can such a simple practice be the most important teaching? Surely there are greater skills to be learned, more powerful techniques to be mastered." Cormac smiled at the question, hearing in it the echo of his own younger self. "You ask about power? Let me tell you about the most powerful force I encountered in all my otherworldly adventures. It was not the magic of gods and goddesses, not the strength of cosmic dragons, not the wisdom contained in ancient artifacts. It was the simple experience of being truly seen and accepted by another conscious being." His voice took on a note of wonder, as if he was still amazed by this discovery. "When the Morríghan first looked at me with eyes that saw not just my surface achievements but the fullness of who I was, my potential and my limitations, my nobility and my foolishness, my courage and my fears, that recognition changed me more profoundly than any magical gift or supernatural power ever could have." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes meeting those of his questioner with warmth and understanding. "And when I learned to look at others with the same quality of attention and acceptance, I discovered that this simple act had effects that rippled far beyond what I could have imagined. People who felt truly seen began to see themselves more clearly. People who felt genuinely accepted began to accept both themselves and others more completely. People who experienced being valued for their authentic nature began to express that nature more fully and courageously." An elderly woman who had known Cormac since his youth nodded thoughtfully. "You are speaking about love," she said softly, "but not the kind of love that seeks to possess or control, not even the kind that seeks to help or heal. You are speaking about the kind of love that simply recognizes and celebrates what is already there." "Yes," Cormac replied, his face lighting up with the joy of being understood. "Exactly that kind of love. The love that sees the divine spark in every being, that recognizes the cosmic consciousness expressing itself through every personality, that honors the unique way each individual contributes to the infinite creativity of existence." He was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts and his energy. When he continued, his voice carried a note of urgency, as if he needed to ensure that this teaching was clearly understood. "This practice requires no special training. No supernatural abilities, no otherworldly experiences. It simply requires the willingness to be present with others as they are, rather than as we think they should be. It requires the courage to see past surface appearances to the deeper truth of who each person is. It requires the compassion to accept that everyone is doing their best with the understanding and resources they currently have available. A middle-aged man who had been one of Cormac's first students after his return raised his hand. "Master, this sounds beautiful in principle, but how do we practice it with people who are difficult, who cause harm, who seem to embody everything we find troubling in the world?" Cormac's expression grew thoughtful, and when he answered, his words carried the weight of hard-won experience. "You practice it especially with those people," he said gently, "not because you approve of harmful actions, not because you ignore the need to protect others from damage, but because you recognize that behind every harmful action is a being who is suffering, who has been wounded, who has lost touch with their own divine nature." He paused, seeming to gather strength for what he needed to say next. The practice is not to become passive or to enable harmful behavior. It is to respond to difficulty from a place of understanding rather than reactivity, to act in ways that have the best chance of actually improving the situation rather than simply expressing our own frustration or anger. The fire in the great hearth began to burn lower, and the shadows in the hall grew deeper, but no one moved to add more fuel. There was a sense that something important was coming to completion, that this evening held a significance that should not be interrupted. "When you truly see someone," Cormac continued, his voice growing softer but somehow more penetrating, "when you look at them with eyes of understanding and acceptance, you help them remember who they really are beneath all the confusion and reactivity and fear. And when they remember who they really are, they naturally begin to act from their higher nature rather than from their wounds and limitations." He looked around at the assembled faces one more time, his eyes holding each person in a moment of complete recognition and appreciation. This is how healing occurs. This is how communities are transformed. This is how the world gradually becomes a place where all beings can flourish and express their unique gifts. One moment of true seeing at a time. As the last words left his lips, Cormac's eyes began to close, and his breathing became slow and peaceful. Those gathered in the hall realized that they were witnessing not just the end of a teaching, but the end of an extraordinary life that had been dedicated to learning and sharing the deepest truths about existence. As our story draws to a close, we find ourselves returning to where we began, to the recognition that the most profound truths are often the simplest ones, and that the greatest adventures are those that lead us home to our own authentic nature and to genuine connection with all of life. Cormac's 7 years of otherworldly service, his encounters with cosmic dragons and interdimensional challenges, his mastery of supernatural arts, and his completion of impossible quests, all of these were ultimately in service of a very simple discovery: that the magic we seek in distant realms exists here and now in the quality of attention and love we bring to each moment and each encounter. The other world had never been separate from the ordinary world. It was simply the ordinary world seen with eyes of wonder, appreciation, and understanding. The gods and goddesses he had served were not distant beings demanding worship and sacrifice, but aspects of the divine creativity that expressed itself through every conscious being who chose to grow in wisdom and compassion. The true treasure he had brought back from his otherworldly adventures was not magical artifacts or supernatural abilities, but the capacity to recognize and celebrate the sacred nature of everyday existence. The real victory he had achieved was not the defeat of cosmic enemies, but the integration of all aspects of his own nature into a personality capable of serving the highest good while remaining grounded in practical wisdom and genuine humanity. In the end, the story of Cormac of the Silver Shield became not just another tale of heroic adventure, but a teaching story about the journey that every consciousness undertakes, from the illusion of separation to the recognition of interconnectedness, from the need to prove oneself through dramatic achievements to the joy of serving others through simple presence and authentic care. The communities that carried forward his teachings understood that they were not preserving ancient wisdom from a bygone age, but participating in an eternal process of awakening that was always occurring wherever beings chose love over fear, understanding over judgment, service over self-centeredness. The practices they maintained and developed were not museum pieces, but living expressions of humanity's ongoing evolution toward greater wisdom and compassion. And so the circle continued, as it always had and always would. New generations of seekers would find their way to these communities, drawn by stories of transformation and the promise of deeper meaning. They would learn the practices, experience their own awakening, and then carry the teachings forward in their own unique ways, adapting them for new circumstances while maintaining their essential spirit. Some would become formal teachers and practitioners. Others would simply embody the principles in their daily lives, transforming their families and communities through the quality of attention and care they brought to ordinary interactions. Still others would be inspired to create new forms of art, literature, and social organization that reflected their understanding of interconnectedness and mutual service. The influence of Cormac's teaching would spread not through conquest or conversion, but through the natural attraction that people felt toward communities where they could experience being truly seen and appreciated for who they were. The practices would adapt and evolve, taking different forms in different cultures, but always maintaining the core recognition that every being possessed inherent worth and unlimited potential for growth and contribution. In the quiet moments of twilight, when mist rose from the Irish rivers and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, travellers passing through these communities would sometimes catch glimpses of the other world that Cormac had once explored so thoroughly. They would see it not as a distant realm requiring supernatural adventures to access, but as the deeper dimension of their own immediate experience, available in any moment when they chose to look with eyes of wonder and appreciation. And in these moments of recognition, they would understand that the greatest magic was not the ability to command supernatural forces or complete impossible quests, but the simple capacity to be present with what is, to see the sacred in the ordinary, and to offer the gift of genuine attention and care to whatever life brought their way. The story of Cormac of the Silver Shield thus became a bridge between the world of mythic adventure and the realm of practical wisdom, showing that the qualities celebrated in legendary heroes, courage, perseverance, wisdom, and service to others, were not supernatural attributes reserved for a chosen few, but natural capacities that every human being could develop and express in their own unique way. As the mist of memory settles over these ancient tales and the voices of the storytellers fade into the whisper of wind through Irish hills, we are left not with nostalgia for a lost golden age, but with an invitation to recognize the golden age that is always available in the present moment, whenever we choose to see with eyes of love and to act with hands of service. The other world awaits not in some distant realm beyond the veil of ordinary perception, but in the next conversation where we truly listen, the next moment where we choose understanding over judgment, the next opportunity where we recognize and celebrate the sacred nature of existence expressing itself through the infinite diversity of life. And so the ancient stories continue to live, not as relics of the past, but as guides for the eternal journey that every consciousness undertakes. The journey from sleeping to awakening, from separation to connection, from fear to love, from the small self to the recognition of our true nature as expressions of the infinite creativity that brought all worlds into being and sustains them in every moment. With its boundless compassion and endless delight in its own magnificent self-expression, the circle is complete. The story continues. The other world is here. Good night, my peaceful wanderers.